Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone in the gallery and invite you to join council in the singing of O Canada. Thank you, everyone. A full gallery makes for a good singing of our anthem. I'm going to call on Councillor Greenfield to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to begin by acknowledging with respect that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend to these waters.
Thank you, Councillor. And now I'll just invite you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Councillor Uhrig.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to declare for 7.A. It's an MCF presentation. I will be stepping up for that.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder that if a conflict or an interest occurs to you, please bring it forward at that time. Announcements. Do we have any announcements today? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. And I do have a couple of announcements today. The first one, the Grey County Economic Development staff have organized a regional job fair. That will take place on March the 24th at the Bayshore Community Center, 1900 3rd Avenue East. That will be from 2 until 5 p.m. There'll be over 70 employers there, all looking for new staff members. So if anyone's interested, please attend that. On April the 10th, I'll ask you to put a note in your calendars. There will be a concert at Rotary House, and this is a benefit for the outreach room there and the food bank, which is also housed at Rotary House. It will be Brian James and the DJ assignment. The doors open at 7 o'clock, and it is by donation. And please remember that that donation goes to the outreach room and to the food bank. And for anyone without a primary care provider, this is important. The province is committed to connecting everyone to a doctor or to a nurse practitioner by 2029. But to get connected, you must be registered with Healthcare Connect. And I know there's been a general thought that if you have a doctor that you can't register, but that has changed. Even if you have a doctor that's outside of this region, you can still register for Healthcare Connect. And you can do so at https://ontario.ca/healthcareconnect. And easier to remember to call 811, and that support is available at 811 24/7. So if anyone is looking for a doctor, please do call that number and make sure you're on the list. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Uhrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder, I did say last council meeting, but our friends of Bogner, it's going to be the 5th annual Artisan Flair Market. It's Friday, March 27th, this Friday from 7 to 9 p.m. And on Saturday, March 28th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There'll be 30 talented local artists there showing their wares. So it's good to get out and support Bogner community and Bogner Hall. You can find more information on that at the bognercommunitycenter.ca.
Thank you. Any other announcements around the horseshoe? If not, is there anything from staff today? No? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to public participation. Members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and are limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda, or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person here in the council chambers or remotely via Zoom. That's either phone or internet. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or to ask a public question must register in advance of the legislative service, in advance with legislative services by 10 in the morning on the day of. And you can do that by contacting Deputy Clerk at meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes and public questions are limited to 2 minutes. And a reminder, the public may watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. We do have a presentation today as well as a couple of deputations, and I would like to invite Suzanne Scott of the Meaford Culture Foundation to the podium. And would someone turn her microphone? Oh, you've got it? Great.
Got it.
Just if try and bring it down and lean into it. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sure you can hear me. Good afternoon. My name is Suzanne Scott. This is Beth Ruddy. We are board members of the Meaford Culture Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the Meaford Culture Foundation and our new film initiative entitled TIFF to MIF. As many of you know, the Meaford Culture Foundation has proudly supported Meaford Hall along with a wide variety of community-based cultural programs for nearly 20 years. In fact, 2026 marks the 20th anniversary of the Meaford International Film Festival, a milestone we are thrilled to be celebrating. To honor this upcoming anniversary and to further strengthen film culture in our community, we are introducing a new film series, TIFF to MIF. Our goal is to bring residents together, expand cultural engagement, and build momentum leading into MIF by showcasing exceptional cinema right here in Meaford. This series will feature 4 films, 1 per month, all screened on Monday evenings. Each film comes directly from the Toronto International Film Festival film circuit.
Founded in 1989, the film circuit is TIFF's national film outreach program, designed to bring the best of Canadian and international cinema to communities across the country through strong local partnerships and grassroots networks. TIFF is genuinely excited to welcome Meaford into the film circuit family, and screening these films at the historic Meaford Hall will provide a truly exceptional venue to showcase this high-quality programming. Our request today is straightforward. We ask that the council extend the existing agreement with the Meaford Culture Foundation for the Meaford International Film Festival, dated November 3rd, 2025, to also include these 4 evenings of TIFF to MIF film series. This extension would grant us use of the Meaford Hall Opera House at a 35% savings above the current community rate, allowing us to rent the venue at $585 for each Monday evening. Securing this rate will ensure we can offer tickets at an accessible price point, encouraging widespread participation across the Meaford community and making it possible for everyone to enjoy outstanding films without leaving town. Thank you again for your time and consideration. We look forward to celebrating this new cultural offering with the community and to continuing our long-standing partnership with Meaford Hall and the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and its swiftness. Councillors, is there any questions for them? I see none. Okay, well, thank you very much, and we'll certainly give it due consideration. Thank you. Next, we have a deputation, and this one is with Reed Barrett, and it deals with the agenda item, the Ontario Land Tribunal Appeals, Skydev Aspen Shores. So you need your microphone on there, Reed, and welcome.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Kentner, councilors, staff, and residents. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Reed Barrett. I'm a resident of Meaford, although I'm not a neighbor of around the property that we're speaking of today. I am speaking on behalf of myself, the concerned members and friends of Imagine Meaford regarding the Skydev project resubmission, the Committee of Adjustment decision, and the upcoming Land Tribunal hearing. It might be worthwhile to review a few key facts in this project. We recognize this is valuable waterfront property and a jewel in our community. This has been demonstrated multiple times, and most recently at the Committee of Adjustment public meeting. When Skydev resubmitted and requested a minor variance, it was accepted by staff as a minor variance and scheduled as such. This resubmission was anything but minor, and it contravened the official plan and the special policy area specifically dedicated to this area of land. The resubmission contradicts the OP in no less than 3 distinct areas: a 20% increase in building height, a huge increase in surface area parking, incompatibility with the surrounding land use of green space, trails, and the existing residential neighborhood. We maintain that these revisions submitted by Skydev did not meet the minor variance test and would require a new zoning bylaw to be approved by council with public input. So, to use a term that this developer previously used, it may be time to pivot and consider a second opinion. And for these reasons, Imagine Meaford respectfully requests council to direct staff to hire an independent planner and legal representative to support the Committee of Adjustment's decision with the upcoming Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett. And the next presenter is Judy Prima, also speaking on the Ontario Land Tribunal Appeals, and she is doing so virtually. So Judy, can you hear us?
I can, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. That's excellent. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I had a few questions, and being the public and helping to understand the process on an appeal and how the public can be involved. I believe no court date has been set, but maybe that's something you can let us know. And I wanted to understand who notifies us when there is a court date, and when do we get notified? Respecting last time on the minor variance, we only received the materials like 2 business days prior. And what we wanted to understand is, I know that there are 2 ways to participate. There's a party, which is not something the public normally participates in. The party is like the legal team. They have witnesses. But I understand the public is able to participate as a participant, which I understand is in writing. So I wondered if you could help explain to us, to the public, so we understand, when do we find out the date? Who notifies us? Hopefully we get it well in advance on the materials. And how does the public participate as a participant so that everyone watching this can understand how they can help the cause?
CAO Everett, are you able to answer those questions, or would you like to direct them to someone?
Mr. Mayor, I'll direct that to Director Can.
Thank you very much, Director Can.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to provide a little bit of feedback on that. We've just submitted the appeal package on Friday pursuant to the timelines of the OLT. So there is no schedule set at this point. So if the public wishes more information about how to participate or view the hearings and as those events unfold, we will certainly keep Meaford.ca updated, our current developments page, but also to get more information about how to engage with the OLT, members of the public would go to the OLT website to get that information. The appeal and the process is now in their hands. There's also a very helpful citizens guide to the OLT that is available on the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing website.
Okay. Judy, does that answer your question?
Yes, and I just like some reassurance. I know that there's a lot of work going on, and that we get this information posted on the website, like to give us time to be able to review it and be able to properly respond to it. Can we just get some reassurance that that will be given a priority and we won't be left with a couple of days?
Thank you, through your worship. Again, I would assert that the process is in the hands of the OLT. So I would encourage anyone that wants to participate in the process to contact the OLT and do their research that's available on their website, so that you know, those timelines and those rights relative to being a participant, if any, that they can be applied and followed up on. So we will do our absolute best to update the website in a timely manner so that the public can be up to date and directed to the appropriate place.
Thank you very much. Judy, was there anything else?
No, thank you very much. It's reassuring to know that we'll get the appropriate time. So I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. I just wonder, are there any public questions today? As members of the public have 2 minutes to speak, and we have a 15-minute window in which to incorporate public questions. So with a full gallery, it's a great opportunity to make you aware of that and reinforce that you are very welcome to ask questions. Go ahead and just identify yourself at the microphone when you get it on there.
Hello, Council, Mayor, citizens. Name's Hugh Grafton. I'm just wondering, when this happens, or when this tribunal takes place, will the town have representation at the tribunal?
I'm going to, I would say absolutely, but I'll ask CAO Everett if you can elucidate any on that.
Once again, I'll look at Director Can, just from a planning
Okay.
perspective. It'd be best if she would respond.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So given that the appeals in before the OLT at this time relative to the Skydev development are 3 very separate appeals, sort of put forward under one umbrella, there will be more information coming forward about exactly how the municipality wants to participate in each of those components. And so the answer to that isn't clear at this point, but will be seen as we move forward with the process.
Mm-hmm. What I will say, if it's helpful, is that on our agenda today, we'll be receiving a report on this matter for information only. And we have a closed session coming at the conclusion of the meeting with our council. And I would just say that please stand by for more information. It's just a little premature to be able to say anything more than that.
May I just ask a second question, kind of leading from that? Does the council support the COA's decision, or does the council support the staff's decision, and what will happen at the OLT meeting?
And I think that the closed meeting session at the conclusion of this public meeting or open meeting is going to give council an opportunity to discuss that very thing. We have not had the opportunity to have a discussion amongst ourselves about this, and that's all I can really say at this time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Yeri, you had a question. Was it for?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think relevant to this whole conversation, and I think there's many people curious, Director Can, I'm just curious, the OLT appeals, do we have any transparency on a realistic timeframe of when that's going to happen? There seems to be a lot of concern, like this is going to happen tomorrow, and it's not going to happen tomorrow. What's a kind of a realistic timeframe we're probably looking at for this?
Through your worship, that is a good question. When we engage with the OLT on resolving these matters or seeing them through to an OLT decision, the increments are spelled out by the tribunal. So formal correspondence is submitted to the municipality and dates are set. There's nothing that comes out and tomorrow we all have to sit at a table. So to answer your question, yes, there is lead up to each event in the appeal process. The OLT is pretty patient with us on our being able to participate as council sees fit. So lots of notice that way. So having said that, though, the OLT is processing appeals quicker than they used to. So that is positive from the perspective of we will know sooner than years where this comes out. So hopefully that helps.
And we have another speaker. Would you put your microphone on, or we'll get someone to do it for you? And just identify yourself, please, and thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Susan Johnson. I have a question. You've said it's a closed session. My question is, why is it closed? And secondly, will the votes be recorded?
Those are both good questions, fair questions. I'm going to ask CAO Everett if he would respond. I think I'm capable of answering you on the first question, really, but I think that I'll defer to him.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as included in the agenda package, we're under section 14, closed session. For the purposes of this meeting, section E of the Municipal Act has been identified as the reason that we have met the criteria to be able to have that closed session, and very typical in these situations.
Yes. You would not want to, discuss your legal affairs with your counsel in front of, people who might be opposed to you. I mean, it's a very clear and bona fide rationale for having this meeting in closed session.
Could you elaborate on legal affairs?
Well, that is to say, that we will be meeting with our counsel to discuss how we move forward. And I think that we definitely, should be a privileged conversation. And perhaps you could add something to that.
Mr. Mayor, just for the public's interest. So Section E of the Municipal Act 2001 is for the purposes of receiving a device that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. So that's
Yes.
absolutely what you were saying.
Yes,
Thanks.
you put it in legal terms, I put it in colloquial terms, but it is simply, we're having a meeting with our lawyer and, when we have a decision from that meeting, that will be ratified in a public session for sure, and everybody will know exactly, what's going to happen here. But at this point in time, it just isn't appropriate to have this meeting in an open forum.
It concerns me that it would be a legal discussion rather than an appropriate development for Meaford.
But
So
it's my-
legality of it's very concerning.
It's my understanding that you people would like us to go to court with this issue, and we have to make that decision. It's a very onerous decision to make, and what I'm saying is that there are many reasons why this provision is in the Municipal Act, and we are well within our rights to proceed in this manner.
Thank you, Mayor Kent.
Thank you very much.
CAO.
So that concludes, unless anyone else would like to ask a question, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Linnea Nelson, and maybe I'm supposed to know this, but I'd like some clarity about what the OLT's position is in terms of when you take this to the OLT, is it their responsibility then to reevaluate the question and make a decision based on what they think should happen, and then that is how they will decide? Or is what they're deciding whether the process that was followed through the municipalities council and the committee and so on was done properly, and that there weren't any reasons why not to accept the decision of the council? In other words, is a decision to accept or reject the committee's decision, or is it to make a whole new decision of their own that will override the committee's decision?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry. If anybody
you know,
would like to
if
weigh
you're
in
gonna
at this
go-
point, go ahead, but
Okay, so someone goes to court and is proven guilty, and then they want to, they want to challenge that. Then what is decided is whether the original trial followed all the rules and there was nothing you could say, oh, well, this wasn't done properly. It's not to decide whether the decision at that court was the right decision or the wrong decision. So what I'm wondering is the OLT supposed to decide that the committee acted in a proper manner and that all the rules were followed, and that they therefore are not going to challenge that decision, versus that something happened that wasn't done according to, the way that the council should proceed, and so that decision was made in error, and so now they're going to make another decision? Or do they just simply say, we don't like that decision, so what do you guys think? And then the OLT will say, well, we think it should be this, so that is our decision. Is that, do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
I think I have the gist of it, but it's very difficult to answer. Clearly, the proponent of the project is challenging the decision that was made by our Committee of Adjustment. And I'm sure that there will be, it will be like a court case, and the tribunal will decide who is right, whether our Committee of Adjustment is right, or whether the proponent is right. That's the best explanation I can give. And if
I guess I'm going on the basis of whether it's what is right was the procedure was followed correctly, or what is right is that, there should or shouldn't be an acceptance of their request for the variance.
This may largely be the kind of conversation we're going to have with our council
Oh,
today, and
okay.
so and
Okay.
it would just be that much more complicated, with
Right,
the public in
okay.
attendance. But
And then I don't think you answered Sue's question about whether the vote would be recorded.
that will be a decision of council. Like, there has to be a motion, if I'm correct, a motion to call for a recorded vote.
Okay.
Am I right on that, CAO Everett or Clerk?
Through Mr. Mayor, yeah, it would have to be requested. However, in a closed session, those votes would not be brought out into the public anyways.
Oh.
So.
That answers that. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I see no more questions at this time, and we'll move on to council inquiries. Our turn. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today, Mr. Mayor, I do have 3 questions, but I will only ask one at this time in case my fellow councillors actually hit upon my other 2 questions. So my inquiry this afternoon has to deal with the harbor. So anyone who's been down there and has taken a look at what had happened during the spring runoff, I was down there one morning and I happened to see the Canada geese coming in. And I thought, that's kind of peculiar, the way their heads are moving. And I looked over and they were walking on basically material, making a bit of a landing zone for them right in the harbor. So
knowing that has happened from nature and bringing in that material from the river, this council has put money aside this year for harbor dredging. And my inquiry is this: knowing that there's more material in the harbor now unexpectedly, will we have to have a report back from council or to council about the money that we set aside? Because I don't think it's going to be enough money to do what we really need to do. And if staff believe that we do have enough money, that's great. But I think that the scope of work has actually increased because of what material is right against that West Harbor wall. So that's my in question at this point. It's about the harbor, and do we have enough money to actually do the job? Thank you.
Who would like to field that? Go ahead. Thanks.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Bell. Yes, staff have noticed that influx of new material. I guess luckily for us is that on March 5th, we completed the soil samples down there to get an understanding of the soils that we are going to be dealing with. But in addition to that, we also have to complete a bathymetric study where they're going to scan the bottom to see the depths and what has changed. So this work had not previously been committed or completed, so we don't need to do that again, but we will be lining that up shortly. Once we have the results of the soil characterization report and the bathymetric study, we will be able to determine a scope of work. And if I need to bring a report back at that time to identify any changes to that or any budgetary impacts, we'll do that once we've the results of both of those.
Thank you, Mr. Carbert. Other questions to Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And I wanted to come back, if I may, to the OLT for a second, because I think we have a lot of curious residents in the audience. And I wanted to ask Director Can if she could provide a little bit more of an understanding of what actually happens at the OLT. I mean, I would suspect that they will consider the application. They will look at the merits of the project in relation to our own official plan and to the PPS, the provincial plan, and the Grey County plan, and make consideration as to whether or not it's an appropriate development for the community. But I also want to know, because we've had a question from the public with regards to public participation in this process, and how likely is the OLT to consider the comments of the community in their decision making? So if I may, Director Can.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney, that was a tough question you just laid out to me there. I'm happy to help answer it if I can. The OLT process is very much designed to respond to the appeal at hand. So as I spoke to before, we have a minor variance, which is a committee of adjustment decision. We have site plan approval non-decision, which is an appeal on the basis that a decision has not been made on the site plan approval. And then we have an appeal to the council decision of the CIP. So this is a very unique scenario where the tribunal will have to determine how those things, if at all, are grouped together. Included in those processes is, hearing testimony of witnesses, including, expert planners and other experts involved. And depending on the scenario that's being handled, sometimes the OLT will direct the players to speak to each other with an attempt to mediate the outcome. And so with regard to whether or not we're dealing with a process question or calling up a decision question, I do believe that, again, it all depends on what the basis of an individual appeal has been. But in this case, I do believe that we're speaking about appeals that have been put forward on the basis of the decision. So I don't think there's any question about what process has unfolded. It's more around the decisions that have been, or lack thereof, as the case may be, that have been put forward by the appropriate decision maker. And so The Planning Act has changed a great deal in recent years with respect to appeals and those parties that may appeal a file. And that includes how participant status may play into that. So it really is a case-by-case situation. And so I would encourage any members of the public, whether they participated or not in commenting on the minor variance application, to contact the OLT to see how to see if they may become a party or a participant in the appeal process. And certainly the minor variance, for example, if written comments, or the CIP as well, if written comments were submitted by parties that were involved, be it the public or the appellant or the agencies like the county, those all get put forward as they would have in front of the decision-making body. So those will be uploaded up to the OLT as a package as part of that material. So it's complicated and very case by case, but I do encourage everyone again to see how they can participate and to educate themselves, as we will do through this very unique situation, to be able to pass that information on through our website as well. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
Other questions? Councillor Yurg?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You'll be happy to know, Deputy Can, it's not about the OLT. I have received a call from a resident this past week asking about they put on a very small event in the community, and they called staff, and they were informed by staff that they would require $10 million event insurance. I'm wanting to find out if that's a reality. I'm hoping that's not the case. I can tell you, I looked into this. Neighboring municipalities are not requiring that. I called the insurance company, local insurance company, and they were very surprised to hear that, because they still deal in the 2 and 5 method or model. So, and I know I was thought about bringing this up under the municipally significant event policy. We're going to be discussing the consent agenda, but I think this is separate because this is an event of size that isn't even going to come anywhere close to that. And if we're going to start putting a $10 million requirement on events, that's going to be onerous to small independent events. So I just want to find out whether or not there's anything in that on the horizon that coming. And if it is, I would like to see that come to council as an official request of what insurance amounts are going to be, because I just need to know where that came from and if it's a reality. Thank you.
Yes, Director Carter. Yeah, thanks.
Through your worship to Councillor Yurg, I will work with my team just to clarify the municipality's communication when it comes to special events, but I think we would communicate to the event applicants that insurance could range from $2 million up to $10 million, depending on the event. So I'm not sure if there's been miscommunication about the type of event, or if this organization has submitted an application. Typically your smaller events, the Easter egg hunts, and those are $2 million. When you get into alcohol, that's in that $5 million range. And then the $10 million is when we get into bouncy castles and axe throwing and that type of thing. So I'm not sure if an application has been submitted for this one, but it is something that if that event holder would like to reach out to my team, we can clarify that if they haven't already submitted an application. And one of the projects that I'm working on with our community engagement coordinator is to develop a bit of a guideline book so that we can share this information, and event organizers are able to look at that as they're considering their events, and they can work with their insurance companies in the early planning processes.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
You have another question, Councillor Bell?
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. So my next inquiry also has to deal with our budget. So everyone, I think, is much influenced by the rising cost of fuel. And I know out on the farm, I'm pretty close to $2 a liter for diesel fuel. I know that the municipality uses the 2 types of diesel, the colored fuel and the clear diesel. And with the trouble that's been happening in the Middle East, We see the results for purchasing fuels. My question is, do we have enough money in our budget for the increase in fuel? And are we going to be in good shape? And again, it's sort of like my first question. If we're running light on money, will staff come back to council and inform us whether we're in good shape to carry on simply purchasing fuel for our fleet? Thank you.
Yes, Councillor, sorry. Director, Richmond.
Through your worship. Thank you. So our budgets are impacted by the ongoing increases that everyone is experiencing. Our current tender is based on the Toronto rack rate for fuel. However, we did increase our prices or our budget in all of fuel amounts this year. Partially because of some increases we saw last year during the winter months with use of vehicles because of the winter storm events we were getting. Obviously, this winter was busy, but I think it was a little bit lighter than what we did experience last year. So hopefully those increases will be able to cover some of the rate increases we're seeing right now. And we can all hope that prices will go down in the near future. But if not, we will come forward with information to council to let them know of the impacts we're seeing.
And did you say you had a third question?
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. And finally, it's not an inquiry so much as a well done and thank you to members of staff. My fellow councillors will remember that I tried 2 times to get stop signs at Cook and Williams. And anyway, my son actually happened to be going into town and he goes, "Dad," he says, "you did it. We've got a 4-way stop at the intersection," and I had to go down myself. Nice new signs, the sign up that says there's a new stop in place. And I hope those folks in the neighborhood in that area can appreciate my thinking on that, and my support from my fellow councillors in doing so was purely for public safety, that there had been comments rendered over a long period of time that they believed that somebody was going to have, you know, a T-bone event there. And anyway, our staff have got the signs up, they're in place. So thank you to the staff who took that and did it, and it's up in good time, even during the winter. So thank you.
Yes. We all echo that. Thank you. Councillor Ennis, you have a question.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking in our inbox, I see an email from staff passing on questions from Mike Ashmore. So I just wanted, he was sick today, so I just wanted to do him the justice of posing those questions as they're written. So the first, I think there's 2. So the first one says, in light of the amended land acknowledgement at the February impact assessment meeting at the town hall, will the town please have a public meeting to amend the current town meeting acknowledgement? That's the first question. The second question is, does the town have their list of questions from council business and the Pump Storage Advisory Committee ready to file with IAC? Is input on the TCE pump storage assessment deadline is April 6th.
So I think CAO Everett, I believe we have the latter question that fully in hand.
Yeah, I'll speak to the second question. So council will have received a email of today with all the compiled questions that was just sent out. We have that well in hand. The anticipation is we will have that submitted on April the 2nd, with the final date being April the 6th. So well in hand.
Okay. And with respect to the first question, and it was my intention to contact Mr. Ashmore and give him this information. I do not understand his question concerning SON. The information that I've seen online from the IAC indicates that they acknowledge that SON has the territory from Tobermory to Goderich to Arthur to Collingwood. And I don't understand, I don't believe, I haven't seen any information. If anybody has seen information that IAC has changed its view of who are the traditional keepers of this land, then I'd like to hear it, but I have not heard it yet. And those are the two questions, and those are our answers. Thanks. Any other questions from staff? Sorry, from council? It's a good idea to ask staff if you have any questions of us. It'd be
Lots.
a good new line in the agenda.
Yeah, no, just thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one point I just want to sort of add a little bit was to Councillor Bell's point around the cost of fuel. I will say that there is the expectation that we will see potentially the increase in capital projects as well. Many of our capital projects obviously use heavy equipment that ultimately use fuel. So it's the cascade effect. So I would expect that we will see an increase in those larger capital projects for sure.
And I don't think we're going to see a change in behavior from the administration of the US of A. So we're going to move on to our consent agenda, and we've got two items here. And my question is, do you want to deal with them independently or together? Together? Councillor Ennis? Okay. Well, we may as well do them each individually because I thought I heard an indication that there was a question about one of them. So the first item here, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to initiate the public consultation process to consider the establishment of an administrative monetary penalties bylaw and the supporting schedules of the proposed fines to accompany the bylaw. So I need a mover and a seconder for that. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Greenfield, thank you. Discussion? That's not the one you want to talk about. Does anyone wish to discuss it further? All in favor? And that passes unanimously. That is, it is 7-0. I forgot to ask anybody opposed. So I see no hands. The second one, the recommendation is, be it resolved that bylaw 2026-27, being a bylaw to adopt a municipally significant event policy, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Ennis. Thank you. And discussion, Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to confirm, from my understanding, that the application fee is $100, and I just wanted to confirm that that is the case.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Ennis. I can confirm that. That was actually direction that we received, I believe, in the fall. So that was in the fees and charges when it was passed for 2026.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? And that is also unanimous. Anyone opposed? I see none. So that is passed unanimously. Now on to items for consideration. And actually, are there none? I think I see we're moving into committee of the whole then. And I need a motion for that. Councillor Forder, thank you. The seconder, Councillor Greenfield. All in favor? And that is moving into committee of the whole at 1:47 p.m. And the first item here is a recommendation that the committee of the whole receive report correspondence 2026-03, 2024 year-ending building report for information purposes. So just to be clear, this is not the 2025 report. We're going back to 2024. This report evidently did not make it to council for approval. And so we're going to look at that now. Is there any discussion? Deputy Mayor? Oh, so I beg your pardon.
My apologies. I don't believe we have a mover and a seconder for this item, so we just need that to put it on the floor.
Sorry, mover and a seconder, Councillor Bell and Councillor Forder. Discussion? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just concerned, first of all, that we have a negative ending amount from 2024, and I'm curious if we have any idea at all where we are sitting after the end of 2025.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So we haven't quite completed the 2025 year end financial statements, but the building is trending to be in a similar position for 2025. They are looking at running another deficit.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, that is concerning. So I see that the report suggests that we may have to look at our fee structure. Will that be a potential outcome after the 2025 review, or do we anticipate any recovery in 2026?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, we are expecting to see 2026 being a better year. And we are actually expecting to see the expense side lower than we have in both 2024 and 2025. And we are also looking at doing a fee review for the building department throughout 2026 to have new fees in place for 2027.
Thank you.
Councillor Greenfield.
Your worship, through you to either Mr. Dinsmore or Ms. Can, the deputy mayor mentioned the fee structure. I'm just wondering, without naming any other factors that are involved in this deficit, these deficits of the past 2 years.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the building department has seen a slowdown in revenue collection. I think we've probably seen that throughout Grey County and probably most of the province. We are starting to see it go back up. However, over the last few years, the building department has been in a legal dispute, which has led to an increase in legal fees. That's the expense we're expecting to see drop off in 2026.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question on basic arithmetic. So it says that we've collected 599,000, basically $200. The lines underneath that say about the expenses. When I add up the two issues that are there for expenses, I get 684,000 some odd dollars, but what's listed in our report is $725,000, which causes a deficit of $126,000. So if it's my math at $85,000, the impact is not as great. Reading through the report, it was also noted that there are other agencies in our municipality that are involved in this whose numbers are not presented. And those agencies are IT, who would be used from time to time, the HR department, again, from time to time, insurance implications, and legal costs. None of those entities are shown to us, but if I use those numbers, it comes up to about $41,000 of those other agencies and impacts on how you probably came up with $725,000 plus. So I'm just interested to know how that number changed from the 3 columns that we get. And I just took my basic calculator and I just need an explanation. Am I on the right track with the other entities that are not giving us a dollar figure? I'm just looking for a bit of an explanation on the math. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the costs associated with IT and HR, those would be included in the indirect expenses. I will say that there was something not working with my calculator. I need to revise. The surplus deficit, the 126 is the correct number, but I'm obviously missing something in the expenses. So I will make sure that this chart is updated when this comes back to council.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that. So I think for council, and at least for this council in this seat, when we get numbers that we're to understand and read, if we can have it in the future that, say, your IT department has costings, which in our budget, we say there was so much heading to that. If we could have that listed, even the legal costs of things that were going on, I know I would appreciate that if my fellow councilors would appreciate that. And we wouldn't get into a mathematical question at council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can add more detail, financial detail in reports going forward.
Says CAO Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just like to remind council that a year ago, we really started doing the restructuring of the corporation. And you'll recall that the building department was the first area of structuring changes. And I'm been extremely happy with the work that has been done over, well, actually less than a year, probably about 8 or 9 months in a restructuring of that, the building department, where I think there are some really strong efficiencies that can be made, which ultimately, as a user fee, where we can find efficiencies on the staff side, ultimately allows us to get that department getting to be run in a very effective and efficient manner. So I just want to thank staff for the work that's been done over a short amount of time of getting a chief building official in place, getting essentially probably 85% of staff turnover filled and moving forward in early 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Are you ready to vote on this? All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried unanimously. The next item, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole receive Report Development 2026-07, Ontario Land Tribunal Appeals, Skydev/Aspen Shores for information purposes. A mover and a seconder for this, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, and seconder, Councillor Bell. And I see our planning person, Denise, taking the microphone, and I appreciate that. Go ahead and.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I know there's significant conversation that's been had already earlier on in the meeting. So I'm not here to kind of repeat too much, but I wanted to just clarify the reason that the report came to council. And that is to make sure that our step one is to inform council and through that the public that we've initially received these appeals. This gives us a point of conversation. It gives council the ability to share information. There's something in writing that you can point to and use as research for later if you want to look back on it. And it's really just the first step. So we're just letting you know we've received it and we're processing it. And as of this week or last week, we had it filed and uploaded with the OLT e-portal, which is their newer service that they have where everything's electronic. We haven't even received a case coordinator or any documentation other than just sort of that auto response saying we now have, they've received our submission. But more information will happen over the next while. We'll receive a case coordinator, so there'll be a person that can manage contact on these three files, which assumingly would be somehow related. Hopefully they're related to one another and merge so that they can be dealt with together. And we'll try to keep our website as up to date as possible. I updated it today. There was a question about why not sooner? Why are we just finding out now? I mean, this is pretty quick. I remember just a few months ago, Councillor Forder asking why it took a month or more to get this information in front of council, and it had to do with our timelines of our reporting and when we got our information. We just lucked out that we were able to get a report to you fairly quickly on this publicly, even before we had the submission prepared. So normally we try to keep a low profile just while we're doing the paperwork so that part's not interrupted. It's actually a very onerous process to upload all the documents. And we don't want to, put out too much information to say, hey, this has been appealed at the same time as we're trying to put the file together. We would rather wait till we've filed it and then say, this has happened and we're happy to take questions. If anybody has any just general questions, they can't navigate the OLT website, they're looking for information, we're happy to help point them to those places. And they can contact us in our normal general box, planning@meaford.ca, and we can help point to the correct places. There's a couple of places that have some really good information. As Director Can pointed out, there's a citizen's guide, which tells folks in the public, like, what is the OLT and how does it function? It has some kind of good questions there. But then there's also the OLT website, which has a lot more of the procedural information that people can take a look at. And I think the purpose is here today is just to let you know that we're at the very early stages, that we've received these appeals, so that you can understand that that means that we're no longer processing anything with these files at the moment and that they're on hold now while this process unfolds.
Thank you, Planner McCarl, and I will say that your report has achieved its purpose. I think I've had feedback from all councillors over the time since this was sent to us, and I think it's been very, very helpful. Thank you. Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and thank you, Denise. Yeah, the points 1 and 2 are glaringly obvious, and we know what we're doing there. The one that surprised me was the CIP refresh argument. The fact they lumped this in, I'm presuming that's a Hail Mary pass that they're just throwing in there for giggles, because that's not development directly related question for planning, is it? I mean, that's literally a policy by council, a CIP strategy. So I'm just wondering, is that normal to kind of have that kind of appeal made to see?
Through you, your worship, that's a hard question to answer, whether it's normal or not. It's certainly, I've never seen a CIP appeal before, because they're usually sort of that feel good, we're doing something good for the community to provide sort of a carrot of improving the community. But I can't say that it's abnormal necessarily, and I don't want to speculate as to the reasons the applicant appealed these, but I would say that we've never seen one.
I think it might be appropriate in Hamilton, maybe even Guelph, not Meaford. Go ahead. You and then Councilor Gill. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
And I just.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I just wanted to start by addressing the public and saying how much I appreciate how informative and professional and respectful your presentations have been to council. You have really dedicated yourselves to researching this project, all its pros and cons, and to really taking your time and being here to present to council. So I appreciate that. And I just wanted to share, I know this is a report for information, and I appreciate all the work that staff has done on the recommendations that they've provided to us, as well as the work of the Committee of Adjustment. But I just wanted to share 2 of my most major concerns, which are, of course, the parking. I just can't visualize or accept the massive parking lot that is proposed, and as well, and I know it's speculative at this point, but I am very concerned about the hotelier. We really want to see this hotel go forward, and what might the impacts be on their decision-making with a rental project and a huge parking lot next door to them. And I'm worried that they may then consider scaling back themselves, and that's just not acceptable. But my question, getting to it, does relate to the CIP, and I thank Councillor Urick for introducing that. And now that we have this at the OLT stage, and we have our prior CIP still on pause, is it possible to go back to the 2022 CIP and reopen that and allow our businesses, as the mayor and I discussed, it's our small businesses that really rely on the advantages and the incentives presented to them in the CIP process. So are we able to go back to that 22 plan and utilize that to support our businesses with their applications?
Your worship, I'm going to defer to our director on answering that, if that's okay.
Director Kan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to you, Deputy Mayor. This has been forefront in our minds as well. The CIP appeal was not something that we foresaw. We were very excited to get moving with the 2026 CIP program and processing the applications that we were anticipating. So on that note, we have been in internal discussions to devise some options around now that this appeal has been put forward, what are the possibilities around allowing a CIP program, of course, through council to proceed. So it is our plan. Once we pin down a few options, we hope to come back to you to vet those and see what we can do.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on page 44 of our council package that was supplied to us for our reading, I'm going to ask for what's happening with this. It says on page 44, staff have engaged municipal council to represent the municipality through the tribunal process. When it uses the word municipal council, that's not the group of seven, that is a lawyer. Is that not correct on how I read that?
That is correct.
Thank you. So questions were asked today about whether or not we've had that activity, and it seems that staff have stepped forward on that, and that's going to happen. So one of the things I mentioned to a couple of my fellow councilors, I cracked open the Webster's dictionary. I do have an old copy, and I looked up the word minor, and at the end of it, it actually says being in a state of minor, that is not major. And so I thought that was interesting. So I looked up the word major, and they double talked and went right back, being in a state of major and not being in a state of minor. So we have the English dictionary saying what is a minor thing, but what we're dealing with here is the Planning Act and what it determines to have its own definition of the word minor. And I think that's where we get into the situation of how we're viewing minor and major. So I hope I didn't waste my time reading the Webster's dictionary on it, but I found it interesting. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think, we can all distinguish a major chord from a minor chord, and it's just unfortunate that this just is as clear cut as music. Councillor Greenfield next.
Thanks, Your Worship, through you to Ms. McCarl. There's been much discussion about the decision of the Committee of Readjustment, and certainly it's playing a very major role in this appeal situation. If indeed we get into the OLT situation, there's been something haunting me, I guess, for the last 2 years about this development, and it goes back to the actual physical work on the site. And it seems that for many months it was progressing quite normally, day to day, and all of a sudden it stopped. I'm a very suspicious person. Don't blame me for that, but it seemed to me like, why? Why was that? Can we be privy to information such as engineering, geological, technological? We've received all kinds of elaborate plans on paper from SkyDev, but there's obviously much more to that development than just the drawing. So I'm just wondering if we can receive that type of information. I don't know. I don't know if it would work into our arguments, if indeed there are arguments in the future. But to me, it would be a great advantage to know that, where's SkyDev coming from on all this? They've got to have reasons for their realignment of project proposals. And I hope I've explained my question adequately on this, but there just seems to be a lot of background information that the municipality, or at least that I'm not privy to.
So, Your Worship, if I can unpack that a little bit. So my understanding is one of the questions is about all of the background engineering and whether or not that could be made public. That was on our website previously with the first submission of the site plan. So all of the technical studies were on the website. For the most part, all of the technical work has been completed and was accepted by the municipality on that other design. So the pipes and the curbs and concrete and stormwater management and all of that stuff, geotechnical, That stuff had been reviewed by our municipal engineering firm over months and months, and we got to the point where we were mostly satisfied. We had a few outstanding things, and then we gave a conditional approval based on the outstanding matters needing to still be completed. Those matters mainly related to off-site works, including the water main improvements that were required, some of the right-of-way improvements. So what type of standard were we expecting them to improve Fuller Street and Boucher Street to, like curbs and sidewalks and things like that. And all of that feedback was provided, and they've agreed to those types of improvements that meet our engineering standards. So then the engineering side on the first submission, the one that this was still a condominium and had underground parking, was thoroughly reviewed by our engineering firm and staff over, I'm going to say 18 months or so. The redesign may have had some changes, and those were in process of being reviewed. We had some engineering feedback on that, and staff had done their review as well and had feedback, but had not been provided to SkyDev at this point before the appeal. In terms of the other point, I'm not sure if that was requesting an answer, but about why it didn't seem to progress. I think it's because of all of those engineering matters, including what do we expect of this developer on the offsite works, that meant that they could only do the site remediation and were not able to move beyond that. So they removed some trees, did site remediation, had fenced the area, and that was really all we could proceed with until such time as site plan approval, the final site plan approval, was given, and they were able to get building permits and start doing works. So they hadn't got to that stage. And if that's the question, I think that's the best answer I can provide. Is it's typical that we don't see any further movement on the file in terms of underground works beyond that until we have gotten a final approval, and we have securities and all of that stuff. Securities meaning money to secure any works that they do offsite, so they don't dig up anything outside the property until we have the money we need in case something were to go wrong or something happened with that developer. So we always take money to make sure that those offsite works can be completed.
Can I perhaps ask if an archaeological study was part of that groundwork? It was. Okay.
Yes, so I think that was a question that came in recently, Your Worship. Saugeen Ojibwe Nation actually were very much involved in the first application, the zoning bylaw application, and provided formal comments. They required to be part of the review of the stormwater management and grading, and they have signed off on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Are you ready to vote on this? And again, I emphasize we are accepting this for information purposes only. All in favor? Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, that's 7-0, passed unanimously. Next, we have a recommendation that Committee of the Whole receive report information 2026-01 water annual and summary reports for information purposes. And I see Manager Howard taking the podium. So do we have questions for her? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. So you're voting and you're seconding. Thank you. So you didn't have a question?
I do.
Oh, you do. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Emily, thank you for being with us today. And I just want to start by expressing our thanks to you for all of your extra efforts during the ice and overflow events a week and a half ago now, week and a bit ago now. I understand you took your sleeping bag to the water plant for a few days. So thank you for all you did to keep our drinking water safe. And I kind of want to ask you how you did that. We know the situation with Owen Sound and our Leith residents and the boil water advisory that Owen Sound implemented, and yet we were able to avoid that. So I'm curious to know just how you were able to make that happen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
I think this is a perfect example of when our overcapacity is helpful to us at the water treatment plant. So we have a lot of storage at the water plant that gave us that wiggle room. However, stressful for us, probably if somebody came from outside, wouldn't think it was. We also have shutdowns in our system that the only way they can be bypassed is if I sign in myself and bypass them. So we just kept it so that the operators had to keep running within the regulations. We can go outside, but then you'd have to do what Owen Sound did, where you have to call the ministry and let them know that you've gone past the advisable amount of turbidity. We also have a monthly turbidity that we still don't know if we're going to be under. We're hoping we will be. It won't advise for boil water, but it would just be a documented potential overage for our turbidity. Thankfully, this week, knock on wood, we're running as better as we ever do. So that'll bring our average down.
Good to hear. Councillor Greenfield, you had a question? Oh, okay. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And once again, thank you for your leadership and what goes on in the water treatment. The report again is a nice report for council members to read. You had no infractions, anything that was serious. There's always the notation that even when you get a good report, there's always a little line that says there's areas that you can always work at to improve. And we get that. Thank you very much. One of the things I did in your report this time, and I've read many of your reports over a period of time, I counted over 61 items. I'm sure that you know how many items that you actually test for. But what I read were such substances like lead and arsenic, mercury, benzene, vinyl chloride, uranium. You test for a lot of elements, and I counted 61, and I could be wrong on that. So what you do in the lab when you're testing, no doubt this is a full-time, ongoing, every day in order to cover those elements. I need to understand that. Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, actually, we have an accredited lab that we use. So we are just the ones actually taking the physical samples, and then we're shipping those samples away to people that the ministry accredits and allows them to do that testing.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And just to sort of build on Councillor Bell's observation with regards to the note that says there's opportunities for improvement, and it's wonderful to see that both the Lease system and the Meaford system received 100% on both of their inspections. But maybe you could just shed some light on what would sort of be these opportunities for improvement as they're recommended in the audit. And then my second question is, it also notes that there was some lack of backup power and limited monitoring capability in the Leith system. So I just, Emily, want to get your comments on what you think that risk exposure is to those residents that are dependent on that water system, and if there are any plans to maybe address that, if it's worthy of being addressed at all. Thank you.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to do the Leith one just for the first, we don't have backup power. Our system is just a distribution only system. So as for the regs, we just have to take a daily residual. We exceed that expectation where we have online monitoring that monitors 24/7. So in the event the power goes out for a little bit, we only have a little tiny bit of information that's missing. We do not have concern, as Owen Sound is also monitoring their side of the system. It's not a very large system. We would know right away if something pressure-wise or chlorine-wise was different. We're out there often, multiple times a week, as well as online monitoring. To answer your question about opportunities for improvement, most of the opportunities for improvement that are identified in the report are documentation opportunities. there's always room for improvement, especially when it comes to documentation, from things as simple as making them legible, to just making sure that you're explaining yourself better so anybody coming in and reading the books can understand what you're documenting on.
Just since my question was same as Councillor Forder's last question, I'm going on the assumption that these facilities are owned by the City of Owen Sound.
No,
So in other words, the provision of auxiliary power is a decision for Meaford,
yes.
and you don't deem it as necessary by any means?
Not at this time. The one that probably some would look at is the reclor. However, we very rarely reclor the water coming from Owen Sound. If I was to look at alternate power, I'd probably look at the pressure station before, just for the people that are on the upstream side of it.
And does that go as far as Annan?
Not quite. It's just at the bottom of the hill.
But it does go north on Bayview?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you know about how far?
Not distance wise.
No, but it doesn't go, it wouldn't service the new communities on the waterfront north of Leith.
On the waterfront? No.
No.
They sorry,
It-
what road are you speaking? Is
Well,
Annan
I'm speaking
the other way?
of going north, if it doesn't go all the way to Annan, but it does go north from Leith, how far north does it, the system go?
A kilometer? No, there's not, definitely not to the new communities, but it would go about a kilometer or so.
Oh, okay, right, okay.
I don't know if you know where Ainsleywood Conservation Authority
Yes,
is. We end right before that.
Okay, and Tori, did you have?
Just to provide some context to that as well, we do have a max number of connections that we're allowed currently under our current contract with Owen Sound. And that would have been, we would have met the capacity before any of those new developments had gone in. And so if that somehow can change in the future and we can get more, it's something we could look into. But as of right now, the development of that Leith system is at full capacity based on our current agreement.
There's no, the bottom line in my mind was, are we providing a higher level of service to our, residents in Meaford than we are to those in Leith? And maybe I reverse that question to say, is there any facilities in urban Meaford that do not have auxiliary power? I think they all have, from what I've read.
Through you, they do. However, they have much more substantial infrastructure in them than Leith's.
Yes.
Leith is not much more than what you would have in your house.
Sure. So, thank you for that. And there's a few more questions. And did you want to make a comment, CEO Ed? Okay, Councillor Urick, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Emily. Always 4 years in, I'm still wrap my head around these reports, and I'm really thankful it's you and not me that has to do them. So I just have a question on page 461, talks about the summary of water used in the distribution system, and it said the water loss was 16%. And is that kind of a normal figure? Put that in perspective for me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for Meaford, I would say that that's a good number. We've gone, as probably in my memory, I think we've gone as high as 24, and then as low as 12. So I would say we're right kind of in the middle. We definitely look to try to achieve anything between 15 and 20 to, the ministry doesn't usually get too involved if you're in between those numbers. So we're very happy with 16.
Okay. May I follow up? On page 84, I think I've asked this question in the past, and I'm not expecting you to have a great answer. And I think this is more of an Old Sound report, Leith, via Leith. But again, that graph talks about the 10-year treated water production versus the amount billed. And it always amazes me that it is constantly decreasing. And I'm not sure why, because populations are increasing in our area. Water use you would think would be going up, and I'm not sure why the billing amounts billed are actually decreasing. Is there any logic for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Our logic is that people are conserving a lot better than they used to. With rates going up, they don't want to use as much. So that's the best we can figure. Our numbers are usually like that too.
Did you have a question, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do. And Emily, and not really touched on in the report, but I just wondered if I could ask you while we have you, in relation to our water intakes, do we have, or how severe is the problem with the invasive species if we're looking at our zebra and quagga mussels and the weeds, the various types of weeds that are in the water? How severe is the problem for us, and how do you address it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have zebra mussel control, which would take care of most of those invasive species that could potentially come into the intake. We inspect our intake every 3 to 5 years, and we have never seen anything that causes us concern with weeds or anything growing in there, as well as zebra mussels, very minimal amount of zebra mussels.
Any other questions? And I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. So the next item is memos, and we have our building statistics report for February this year. Anyone have any questions for anyone on that? Deputy Mayor?
Just one question, if I may, Mr. Mayor, in relation to the building statistics. I'm just curious to know, there was one new dwelling and ARU, but just in general, are we getting much in uptick at all with ARUs? Are they becoming not necessarily popular, but are people aware that they have the ability to add these to the properties, and are we actually getting requests for permits to do them?
Is Denise still here? Apologies, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, I'm not able to answer relative to the amount of inquiries we get to the building and planning departments, how interested people are in ARUs, but certainly within our responses to inquiries, we would always let them know the as of right permissions that they would be permitted to establish those ARUs under the new provincial legislation. So it's always an exciting prospect for sure.
I'm going to move now to updates from members appointed to County Council, committees and local boards. And Councillor Greenfield, you were me at the last County Council meeting. Thank you very kindly. And I wondered if you'd like to report on.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I did have the honor of pinch hitting for you on March 12th, and it was quite a privilege to get back to the County Council chambers. I really appreciated that opportunity. And I do have a report here. Seems to me there was a lot of things happening, but the County Council was chaired by Deputy Warden Milne in Warden Matrosov's absence that day. Began with a notice of motion from Councillor McQueen requesting staff to prepare a report regarding potential efficiencies relating to municipal insurance services and include options for shared and joint RFP processes. That was discussed quite fully and was passed. There were various road rehabilitation projects approved for parts of County Roads 2, 3, and 12, approximately $6.2 million for the three projects. 3 elevator project contracts for 3 county-owned apartment buildings were approved. 2 of those in Thornbury, 1 in Owen Sound. Total for those 3 tenders was close to $611,000 for the 3. Reports delivered included one from Kevin McNabb, the Director of Paramedic Services, covering the performance response time plan results. There are 6 different response time categories, and each has a response time target established annually. In 4 categories, Grey County paramedics exceeded their goal, and in 2 categories, their services were only a few seconds off the goal. Calls in rural areas are more difficult to accomplish, especially in adverse weather conditions. Overall, the report displayed the extremely good response times in answering calls and quicker involvement than most paramedic services in rural areas. Rising call volumes continue, 17,216 in 2025, an increase of almost 9% over 2024, and over 43% increase in the last 10 years. The average response time in urban areas is 7.5 minutes, and in rural areas is just about 15 minutes. The lengthiest report of the day, well over 40 pages, was presented by Dennis Carr from Dillon Consulting Limited, entitled "The Bruce Duffer and Grey Wellington Transit Study." The vision of the study is to build a better future through a seamless multimodal transit network. The partners involved currently are the 4 counties, along with Saugeen Mobility Regional Transit, and it's easier to use their acronym SMART. The study is examining trip bookings and planning, minimizing transfers, eligibility for specialized transit, and fares. It identifies key destinations in the 4 counties for local travelers as being Collingwood, Owen Sound, Guelph, and Orangeville, and suggests inter-community corridors connecting settlement areas to key destinations. Such a transit establishment would provide, along with travel destination solutions, a connection for residents for out-of-town medical assistance and accessibility features would hopefully be included. Partnering with private transportation companies will be investigated, and OTIF and gas tax funds, along with county contributions and an appropriate fee structure for riders, will be utilized. The third report, I'm getting close. The third report was from Anne-Marie Shaw, Director of Community Services, regarding the Build Canada Homes Agency. She mentioned Grey County staff will bring back a report in spring of 2026 to outline some possible housing projects to be submitted. The county has a number of proposals in mind, several which can be bunched together in a pipeline of multiple continuing efforts. New construction, repurposing of non-residential structures and additions are credible works, as well as land access. All are for non-profit housing. And the largest financial ticket item of the day was report TRCW 14-26, the reward of a contract for the Ceylon Depot design build. This tender represented the design build of a public works building and a winter materials storage building. The garage will be 376 feet long by 68 feet wide, and the storage building is a mere 230 feet by 95 feet. The garage will contain 18 large entrance doors, every one big enough to accommodate a triaxle. Cost of the 2 buildings to be constructed by Dom Construction Limited is $7,640,000, with contingencies, allowances, and building permits amounting to over $1,401,000, ending in a possible overall allotment of almost $9,042,000. The new structures will be erected on a 24-acre site southwest of the hamlet of Ceylon on County Road 14. since the awarding of the contract is time sensitive, after some comments and questions by councillors, the tender was let unanimously. And that's it, your worship. I will mention that there are 2 or 3 items in our communications list that council might want to take a look at. And I've likely missed something important. Deputy Mayor, can you help me out?
Good job. Well done.
Okay, any questions for Harley? Okay, Councillor Forter, anything to report from the Heritage Committee?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I do bring up my notes here. So yeah, we did meet. It was on the 11th. Yeah, March 11th. So shortly after our last council meeting. And we had no permit applications for approval or for discussion. Much of the agenda was related to items for information purposes, but there's quite a bit of discussion that came out of that. Specifically, we started with the cultural heritage project planning for 2026. And so this report was to help identify and prioritize 2026 project work, especially non-statutory initiatives that support heritage conservation. And so we were presented with some options that could be achievable through this calendar year. And some of the suggestions included an online mapping tool that can improve things like public access to heritage information. There was a discussion about a heritage plaque program where we could recognize heritage properties physically on site. And then, of course, something like a heritage awards program, which we could recognize strong conservation, adaptive reuse, sustainability initiatives, and things like that, just to keep heritage front and center in the public eye and to celebrate the efforts that many people do undergo to preserve and preserve heritage in Meaford, particularly with their properties. So that's great. And a lot of these, we didn't have to make any decisions on these. All of these will be coming back to our next heritage meeting, and we'll be able to give some clear direction and see where we want to go from there. Secondly, we also, this was a much bigger one. It was the Heritage Conservation District Plan update. And this was pretty big because the Conservation District Plan and guidelines are now more than 10 years old, and they do require some significant updates. And so there were many key policy changes proposed in this draft, including things like vacant land policies, updating building height policies along Sykes Street, updated demolition policies, municipal parking area policies, and so on. And so the committee is going to be taking this information, and between now and the next meeting, we're able to give our comments to staff, and then we're going to be able to finalize that hopefully with the next meeting or shortly thereafter. But there's quite a number of things that we're going to be looking at in this regard. There was also another interesting one. There was a bridge. It's BR-125, and it's located on the Georgian Trail. It's immediately north of Edwin Street, spans Meaford Creek. It was constructed in 1901. It's used as a pedestrian and a cycling bridge. But there was the bridge replacement project is already underway through design planning and Class EA review because there were inspections that concluded the structure should be replaced rather than repaired or rehabilitated, which triggered this review process. So we were trying to identify, while this structure was not on the municipal heritage register, whether we could identify that it did have some heritage value, and the options were discussed, what we could do to maybe preserve the heritage component through some signage or some recognition or something, even if the bridge itself couldn't be rehabilitated. So we're going to be working on that. And then finally, this is something that council has received, but it's the Public Art Master Plan Student Project from the University of Guelph's Rural Planning and Development Program. So that was the report had just advised the Heritage Advisory Committee about this project, and it's very exciting to see how that could tie into our Heritage District as well. That's all I have. I don't have the date for our next meeting. I apologize, but I'll let you know when I have it. But thank you very much. That's all.
Any questions for Councillor Forter? Any other boards or committees that were meeting in the interval since our last meeting? I don't see any. Then we will entertain a motion to move out of committee of the whole at 2:38 PM. And I do have a mover and a seconder, Councillor Urick and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Councillor motions, notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion today? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will bring the notice of motion that was requested earlier by the representatives from MCF to extend the 35% reduction in community fees and charges for their TIF to MIF project at Meaford Hall.
Thank you. And we have a motion, I think, today for a decision, and that's Councillor Urick. So if you would like to present this, and we'll get a seconder for you and discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, regarding a proposed volunteer policy for the municipality. So whereas volunteers make valuable contributions to the social, cultural, environmental, and recreational life of municipalities across Ontario. And whereas municipal volunteers often support programs, events, advisory committees, and community initiatives that enhance the quality of life for residents. And whereas the establishment of a formal volunteer policy would provide clear guidance regarding recruitment, screening, roles and responsibilities, training, supervision, recognition, and risk management for volunteers working with or on behalf of the municipality. And whereas a standardized policy would help ensure consistency, transparency, and accountability in the municipality's engagement with volunteers while supporting a safe and positive experience for both volunteers and staff. Now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to develop a municipal volunteer policy based on best practices for the recruitment, screening, orientation, management, and recognition of volunteers participating in municipal programs, services, committees, and events. And further, that the proposed policy includes provisions addressing liability, insurance considerations, workplace safety, and alignment with applicable provincial legislation and municipal policies. And further, the staff report back to council with a draft municipal volunteer policy for council's review and consideration by Q3 of 2026.
Do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Bell? Any questions for Councillor Urick? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, fellow Councillor Urick. I think this is absolutely needful, and I just have one sort of a background question. This looks like this is totally fresh and totally new, or absolutely nothing in place. So on my second term of council, it was pretty ironic. We were at a community awards volunteer evening, and during the course of the week leading up to that thank you event, there were some persons who were busy in around the garden at the Meaford Hall by the cenotaph. We had a director of Parks and Rec who had hollered down to these folks to get out of the garden and not to be involved. To which end, at that event, I had the fire chief meet with a person of senior staff. And yes, indeed, when folks wanted to volunteer, they were trained on safety for themselves with personal protective equipment. They were trained specifically what to do if they encompassed a needle laying in the flower beds and so on. And at that point, when that got notified, I believe that we have had some people who wish to volunteer who are trained by members of staff on those very simple personal protection, what you can do and what you shouldn't do. But on this one, Councillor Urick, I am very much behind what you're saying here. This is far deeper and it's much broader, and I think it's very wholesome for our municipality to have our volunteers who wish to give of their time. They need to know that there is a really good policy in place now for their time and their effort wherever they wish to go. And I've said it. No, it's the third time I support this. This is great. And anyway, does staff have any comments about the previous endeavors that we do with folks because I was under the real impression there were members of staff who did take that time who were the trainers of folks who volunteered. That you could have that. Thanks.
I'll look to Mr. Carbert as he's got the most history around here when it comes to volunteers.
Through your worship to Councillor Bell. Yes, I know when I was in a previous role related to kind of the insurance and purchasing side of things, the municipality did provide training to these volunteers. Particularly, it was around the community garden group. Where we usually face challenges is that sometimes getting these volunteers to want to attend these events for us, they feel like they just want to help, and that taking an hour of time is not, they'd rather be in the garden than in a classroom kind of thing for that time. And I think where we've most recently run into some issues is that we are getting these volunteers to sign off on waivers, and they get a little bit nervous about some of the wording that are tied to those waivers. But what we encourage them is that we are looking to protect both the municipality and these people, and these are requirements from our insurance company that make sure that everybody involved is protected. So we are aware of another group that wants to come out and start helping us this spring. I've talked to our staff about the potential for this policy to be developed, so we will develop an interim measure so that we don't turn volunteers away until we get this finalized.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tony, for that. And thank you, Brady, because yeah, the reason coming forward, and I do want to say one thing in particular. I mean, Meaford is really known for its volunteerism, and you're right. This is a protection mechanism for both parties, and that's the genesis. But I do want to just recognize the municipality already, because I think our municipality does recognize we do hold like the volunteer events, things like that. So I don't want to not say that the municipality doesn't already appreciate, recognize, and support that this is just an official policy that puts in place to make sure there's some kind of guidance around that. And I thank the municipal staff for everything they've done for working with volunteers in the past. I know I've had people come up to me and ask how I can volunteer, or they're surprised they're not more obvious opportunities to volunteer for the municipality. And I know that when we have, like, you can, Tony, to your point, looking back at the military parade day, we relied heavily on staff on that. Whereas I'm sure we probably, and I had a couple of people say, you know, I would love to help with that event, didn't really know how to do that. So I think we need just to make it aware that that is a possibility. And that's part of the policy, just so people know what is available to do and how they can do it.
Councillor Ennis.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to confirm, just for my own understanding, if the goal here is that this policy would apply to like any service clubs or any form of volunteering within the community, or if it would be specific to something that is like a municipal created event or activity. And I also presume that like if there's any volunteering on municipal land, there would probably be some involvement in a policy like this. But I'm just, yeah, thinking about what the requirement, if there's going to be requirements for any service clubs, stuff like that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Good question, and I don't believe so. I think this is, again, from my reckoning, this is designed specifically for municipal volunteers, people that want to volunteer specifically for the municipality. We're gonna, again, we talk about the conversation we had earlier about strategic or significant events and things like that, then that's going to have its own rules wrapped around it. I really got this. Grace Level Conservation Authority, they have a very good volunteer policy because they do have a lot of volunteers who do a lot of work for them in various forestry initiatives and things like that. So they have it very streamlined, and it is designed to be you're volunteering to do a GSEA function, sanctioned function. So you really need to know what the ramifications are around that. So it's less to do with service clubs being on the property, because we will have significant event specific nomenclature that'll kind of regard that. But this is more, I'm a volunteer. I want to help with the military parade. How do I do that? What are the limitations? What do I need to know?
Councillor Ennis.
Just hearing that made me think it would be, I imagine that it would be cool if I think Holly's in the room. In like the new sort of website design too, this could be worked into almost like a jobs portal, but for volunteers. And then also have the opportunity to connect with service clubs, like could be Grey Sauble, it could be Rotary, or the community gardens. And so whether or not the municipality wants to kind of host their recruiting process, but at least tie into like, hey, if you want to volunteer, here's some organizations that might have opportunities. So.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm thinking as well through this, it allows the municipality to be a little bit more prepared. I mean, if we've got some sort of understanding of how many roughly volunteers are supporting work in the municipality, it allows us to have safety vests and PPE and gardening equipment and so on and so forth, whether we're going to supply it or whether the volunteer is going to supply it. At least we can have a sense of, what we need to do so that if a volunteer comes forward and says, they want to take over a garden, then either, we know what equipment we've got or what they need to have. We can just have a clearer understanding of who's responsible for what.
Yeah, I hope that in administering this, when it comes forward, that we don't actually lose volunteers who feel that, somehow this is interjecting, getting between them and their community, which is, okay, you ready to vote on this? All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Adoption of minutes, the recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meeting held on March 9th, 2026. Mover and a seconder for this. Councillor Uhrig and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Any discussion? All in favor? And any opposed? That is carried unanimously. The communications item, we have the minutes of the Heritage Advisory Committee over quite an extensive period of time. We also have the Bogner Hall minutes, the City of Owen Sound resolution on the Grey County Urban Road Transfer. I think a lot of us just have received that report, so I don't think that we're maybe ready to really discuss that. Tori, anything on that one?
Through your worship, we have, as you can see, passed along our comments to the county or questions. And my understanding is that this report does address some of them or all of them. However, as you have received the report, we received the report at the same time. And so the comment period for this information ends on March 26th. So not giving us really any time to provide additional comment at this time. And so I guess it just depends if council wants to provide something today to the county in response, because unfortunately our time within that comment period is quickly coming to an end.
And as a county councillor, I don't approve of that. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to thank you, Tori, for your questions. That is greatly appreciated and really significant to the discussion. And just to let everyone know that on Thursday, County Council will be having another significant discussion on this matter. The only thing I noticed, Tori, that you didn't mention in your questions was a comment related to timeline. I mean, we recognize that the county's trying to get these roads downloaded by the 6th of July, and I think many of us at the county councillor table are feeling that that is too soon. And I just wondered what your thoughts on that were, or if that would be something additionally that you might consider submitting to the county, a comment in relation to timeline.
Through your worship, you're correct. The letter didn't identify any timeline issues. However, I think to properly address a lot of the issues identified in it that our municipality has, that timeline, I would agree, is quite tight, if maybe not realistic at all. And so I think the opportunity to provide comment, potentially council could make some type of recommendation today that we could then pass along within that comment period that addresses our concerns with regards to that timeline that would go along with those additional comments we've already provided.
What are your thoughts on that, Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. It's difficult to say at this point until we have the discussion at county, but recognizing the comments from Owen Sound and the recognition, as Tori has just stated, that July 6th is definitely too tight, that we consider at least moving this into the next term of council into 2027, or that's possible that there may be discussion at county, and you'll see that in your report in one of the suggested motions that this project really be sent back for additional consideration through the county's master transportation plan, recognizing that it's been many, many years in process, getting to the point where we are now. The county has spent 10 years or more talking about downloading roads, and as the CAO would confirm, a lot of things have changed in that timeframe, and whether these downloads are still appropriate is a question. So the two motions that you'll read in the report suggest that either it goes back to the Urban Roads Committee, which I sit on, or perhaps that it is sent back to staff until the, as I say, the master transportation plan is reviewed, or anything in between. So I know we're not really supposed to provide advice to those of us going to county council, but I think on those particular points, it's rather important that we look at the timeline and give some consideration as to what this council thinks about the timing of the proposed downloads. Again, recognizing, as we learned when CAO Schurzler and Deputy CAO now Lobley was here along with Pat and Sean, that we found that a portion of Gray Road 5 had kind of landed in our laps that wasn't part of the original discussion. And so I feel there's a lot more information we need on that particular section for one. So anyway, I'll leave it there and look forward to comments.
I've been on council this is my 8th year, and I go away for 10 days and find out for a break and find out that we may be downloaded County Road 5, which is, quite significant in terms of the fact that it's going to have a major high school built on it, and it already has problems that our ratepayers remind us of quite frequently. Sorry, Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just thinking on the possibility of this project having its timeline pushed out, which, given all of the information we've been provided, feels like the best or the preferred outcome at this stage. I just want to make sure that if things get pushed out, I can't remember exactly where the state of our roads are, their state of repair, but I know that the county, as they were talking about roads for other municipalities, were still maintaining them and things like that. I would just want to make sure that by pushing out the timeline, we're not creating a situation where those roads fall into disrepair and we're making that portion of our responsibility worse. So I just want to make sure that that's sort of included in those comments if we if it progresses with delaying things.
Councillor, sorry, CAO Everett. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the comments that I would just like to make as well is, like, I do understand that this project has been going on for a number of years. The deputy mayor did mention that my earlier comments about, this was done a number of years ago and things have changed dramatically. And the high school at our boundary, the new Catholic school, I think that's one that I think you'd look at it and think, well, that road should stay as a county road rather than being downloaded. So the other piece, and just looking at a number of the other comments from the other municipalities, not a lot of thought on the county perspective has been made regarding the infrastructure under the pavement and just how significant of an impact to a municipality that will be. For instance, our Nelson Street, it doesn't look like the county has really given a lot of consideration about what's actually underneath the pavement. So I believe, this is a prime example of something that should be done through a master plan. Not to say that all the work that's been done isn't been great. it can be good information for a future comprehensive master plan that the county could look at of what gets downloaded, what gets uploaded. Because when they started talking about this project, this was equally about uploading as much as it was about downloading. And somehow I think that uploading has sort of been forgotten about. And then the last piece is just looking at the county's budget. If they're downloading roads, there should be more of a projection of lowering of costs for operations at the county level. And maybe, you know, reduction of equipment that's required. So on that side of the county, it's got to be the yin and the yang. If you're going to download roads, your operations should see some impact about not looking after those roads. And when I've looked at their projections, I haven't been able to see that connection. So so I think a lot of good work's been done, but having a bit of a refresh, I think would be very beneficial for all the municipalities. Thank you.
Councillor York.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that, Sean. That's bang on. I guess my question is, because we haven't had a chance to really go through that yet, have other municipalities already requested delays on this? Or are we like first at this? Because we haven't had a chance to really review it. I mean, I agree. I think we should be doing it. The question is, what does that look like? Deputy Mayor said, is that a next term thing versus if we just ask for an extension from July 6th, do they come back and say, great, let's do it in August? So, I mean, this really needs to be kind of seriously considered and pushed out. But are other municipalities asking the same question? Do we know that?
Through your worship, from our review of what other municipalities are doing, it does seem that municipalities that have been able to get things together to their council do have, or their councils have identified an extension, identifying that they are concerns that are associated with their specific downloads that haven't been addressed, and that this timeline doesn't allow for it. From what I have seen, a lot of them do request that extension so that that proper review can be done, whether it's information currently missing or how the transfer will be done, including making sure that the costs not only include the road, but also the storm sewer under the road, any other infrastructure on the roadway, as well as staffing and operating costs.
I'm just going to say, I would not fight a special meeting, convening a special meeting so that we can discuss the report.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just in review of the county report, I would suggest that the county's probably heard loud and clear from the municipalities, just for the simple fact that they provided an alternative main motion, and that main motion is to defer this work till a comprehensive master plan is done. And I would say the third line of that recommendation, I think, is a critical piece, where they've said proceed with the development of a new transportation master plan to be completed in the next term of council. I think that's absolutely critical. I think where this project may have run into trouble is this has been through probably the last 2, if not 3 terms of council. So every time you get a term of council in, changes a little bit. So I like the idea, do the comprehensive master plan with the commitment that this will be done in that term of council, so you can actually have council make an informed decision from tip to tail. So I think that alternative main motion is a great motion to consider. And it tells me that they've heard a common theme from across their tour of the 9 municipalities.
Would it be appropriate to see if we can put a motion on the floor during our meeting now on that?
Madam Clerk was actually just trying to draft something.
I appreciate that so much. And if you will we'll give you a little time to do that. And are you ready?
Well, I'm not quite ready. Thank you, Your Worship. I just wondered if I could ask some clarification to help shape that.
Sure.
My thought was, there has been a discussion of maybe respectfully requesting a postponement of that date with the until the new term of council, and also discussing some maintenance confirmation in that time, but then also the option to support the alternative main motion in the report. So I just wondered if it would be appropriate if council could have provide some direction on where we want that motion to be shaped so that I can capture that appropriately, if it's both parts or simply just supporting the alternative main motion in the report.
Councillor Yuri?
I'd be very comfortable with just the pushing out the date. Councillor Ennis's concerns are apt, but should never assume, but that should be part of the conversation of the transportation master plan anyway. So I don't think we need to direct that as much as just we want the extension to the next term of council so that there is ample time for them to have a proper look at it. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I agree with that, with the caveat that we'll discuss at county that if there are any lower tiers that want to go forward now, because there are some where roads are being uploaded to the county, and I don't want to do anything that prevents that from happening. So if, as long as there's a caveat included in that, that those can go forward for those particular lower tiers, and for the rest of us that nothing is done until that master plan is completed.
Any other points? Does that help you, Margaret?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it does. It might be helpful to just have a brief recess, and then I can just make sure that I'm on the same page with the director.
Sure. I wonder if we finish or almost finished with our agenda, and then we are going to have a recess. But then how would we bring the motion forward? Okay. Thank you. I was starting to think like a clerk. So we'll give you, let's recess for 5 minutes here and give you a chance to complete that, and then we'll come back and vote on it.
I appreciate it. Thank
Thank you very much. Okay, so we will be back. It's 3:05. We'll be back at 3:15. It is 3:15 and we have returned at the appointed time. And we have a motion now. Thank you to our clerk for her efforts here. And I think I can read that motion, but I'm looking, just, there's a reflection, a light reflection in both, but this is pretty good. That Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, requests a postponement for the Meaford Road transfers from July 6, 2026, with the understanding that Grey County continues to provide maintenance on the proposed transfers until an agreement is reached. And 2, supports the alternative main motion as outlined in report TR-CW-10-26 to proceed with the development of a new, that is an acronym for Transportation Master Plan, to the next term of council to inform further work on the proposed road transfers. Can we have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Urick and Councillor Ennis, thank you very much. Sorry.
My apologies. Because I crafted this based on feedback, if there is no mover and seconder, it sounds like there is, but I wanted to be clear that this was sort of capturing what I think was the spirit of council's discussion. But since this is a motion that council is working on, I didn't want to presume that captures the intention. So if that is good, that's great to see.
Let's ask the question. Does everybody think this motion is what we need to be addressing? Any suggestion for improvement at all? Don't hear one, so let's get a mover and seconder and go from there. So you were moving it, Councillor Urick, and Councillor Ennis seconding. Thank you. So it's on the floor, and perhaps those of you who have spoken to this can just speak to it now and inform us if you think this is our best course of action at this point in time. Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I could just say that, yeah, I'm happy with the including that the understanding that Grey County continues to provide maintenance on the proposed transfers until an agreement is reached, so that by postponing, we don't end up, hopefully us or any other municipality in Grey County don't end up in a situation where roads have degraded while we figured out what to do with this project.
We're not indicating where, like, we're going to transfer, sorry, we're going to postpone it from July 6, 2026. We don't sort of indicate when we want it resumed. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thinking off the top of my head, I'm wondering about maintenance, if that provides enough direction, recognizing that if I go back to Councillor Greenfield's comments, I believe there's a section of Grey Road 12 that would be up for some construction work. So do we need to add in any potential, reconstruction type work as well? We just don't want that to be lost, because this could take now for close to 5 years. So we just don't want any potential construction work to be not completed because this is hanging.
That sounds like something we could incorporate and should. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
So just so I'm clear, because this is a proposal, until it's complete, isn't it business as usual? Like for us to say, you got to keep doing this, isn't that a fait complete? Nothing's going to change until the new proposal comes in, like it's accepted and the transfers take place. So is that redundant? Shouldn't all that work be continuing regardless?
I wouldn't count on it.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Through your worship, the only thing that we have noted is that in the 10-year plan in the county's 2026 budget, the capital projects related to the road transfers in Meaford are no longer identified in their 10-year plan. So I don't think it is harmful to identify this. And so I think what we could add is provide maintenance and required capital works on the proposed transfers until the agreement is reached. And then it is identifying as well that we would expect that they would be keeping up on capital works as well.
So have you captured that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to just update the proposal, the motion that we're working with, but I would ask that we maybe capture that as a friendly amendment for the minutes. And through that, I would just ask the mover and seconder for their comments on if adding a reference to capital works effectively is.
So actually, this should be Deputy Mayor's motion.
We don't need an amendment. I'm just saying a friendly amendment. So we don't need a mover and a seconder to make it a
Okay.
formal amendment, but as there is a mover and seconder for this, and this is the spirit of a friendly amendment, I would suggest that we just confer with the mover and seconder. So I think I have added that in.
That's excellent. Yeah. Any other comments or suggestions? Okay, are we ready to vote on this? All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously, and thank you for your help on that. So we can move on here, and I think I wanted to just mention that in the various communications, I'd like to mention the Township of Southgate resolution to remove English public school trustees in Ontario. I wonder if we want to have something to say about that. We have a member of the provincial parliament who is also a member of the government. That I think is one good reason to be speaking up, because I know we'll get support and attention to this. And I think that I can speak to it just from my own standpoint. I think that the only reason that we are not all satisfied with the trustee system is that the provincial government threw a lot of cold water on it some years back, and I don't know what percentage of electors could name their member of the Blue Water School Board today, going across the whole two-county area. But all I'm saying is I think that we need to send a strong message on this, and I wonder if somebody would bring a motion forward on that. Deputy Mayor, thank you, and a seconder, and then we're going to have to frame that, but we can bring that. If we should have dealt with that in notices of motion, I guess, but.
Thank you, Your Worship. As it's an item on the communications list, should council wish to provide a motion of support, staff can be directed to provide that motion of support. Okay, so that's, I think, what we'd like to do, and you're seconding that. Thank you very much, Eric. Okay, do you need us to vote on that? I think there's pretty much agreement, but thank you, Your Worship. We would need a vote on that just to
Yes.
confirm that staff be directed to provide a motion of support to item F.
So can I ask that question? Is council supportive of that? All in favor? And any opposed? And that is carried. Then thank you very much for looking after that one too. Is there any other correspondence that people would like to have considered before we close this meeting? Seeing none, we'll just go right ahead and we have a closed session to move into. And the recommendation is, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 3:25 p.m. with the CAO, Clerk, Director of Development Services, Manager of Planning Services, and municipal solicitor in attendance to discuss one item respecting litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and that's under the open meeting exemption E of section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, and the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, open meeting exemption F under section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 regarding matters before the Ontario Land Tribunal. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Greenfield, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Forder. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried unanimously. And I would just say that we will report out following that meeting. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. It's 5:15 and I'm reporting out on the meeting, our closed meeting. Council met in closed session and discussed only the item on the agenda, providing direction to staff, specifically that staff and the municipal solicitor are instructed to move forward with defending the position of the Committee of Adjustment and opposing the appeals of the site plan and community improvement plan. With that, I'll declare this meeting adjourned. Okay, we can't adjourn quite yet. We do have a confirming bylaw. Thank you, no, thank you, Clerk Martin. The recommendation is be it resolved that bylaw 2026-28 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Meaford be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Bell, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? And that's unanimous. And with that, I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you.